Inventing the new world of business applications. A long time ago, in the ancient prehistoric days, the world of business applications was very different from how we know it today. To understand the great evolution of these applications, we must take a long journey, a journey back in time. Findings prove the presence of inchoate and degenerate off-the-shelf products, just as vast numbers of overcomplicated individual development. The modern developed business application was nowhere to be found. And then, out of the midst of chaos, 100% customized unique business solutions emerged that run on the robust Oriana low-code platform with no vendor deadlock. Based on a low-code foundation, by fine-tuning and snapping the application blocks together, business applications began to be built faster and at lower cost than ever before. The era of the Oriana ecosystem thus began. With a growing partner network across Europe, Oriana evolved from being a hands-on, low-code, no-code tool to an enterprise-grade platform. A community of software developer, commercial, and ISV partners are relying now on the platform to distribute and develop scalable, future-proof solutions. With the help of the continuously growing Oriana content library, customizable applications can be created according to business needs and fine-tuned with the many ready-to-use application blocks. Oriana Studio, the integrated developer tool, doesn't even require in-depth coding knowledge, still enabling rapid application building and modification for consultants and developers alike. Customized prototypes are presented as soon as the first meeting. Ask for your own. Join Oriana's unique world.
Dicen que el aleteo de las alas de una mariposa se puede sentir al otro lado del mundo. Eso significa que algo que hagamos hoy puede tener consecuencias más allá de cualquier frontera, más allá del tiempo. Las personas con enfermedades raras o sin diagnóstico somos el paradigma del efecto mariposa. Pese a que las familias estamos lejos unas de otras, los retos que nos unen pesan más que cualquier distancia. Ese primer aleteo lo marcaron las personas que se unieron y crearon la primera organización de enfermedades raras de Europa. Gracias a este primer paso, surgieron los primeros marcos legislativos de enfermedades raras. La onda de este aleteo llegó a España, motivando después el nacimiento de FEDER, la Federación Española de Enfermedades Raras. Y con ello surgieron las primeras iniciativas para dar respuesta a las familias. También llegó la primera ponencia en el Senado que instaba a crear la Estrategia de Enfermedades Raras que llegaría en 2009. Una hoja de ruta que se publicó en paralelo a nuestro primer estudio en serio, que cuantificaba nuestros retos: diagnóstico, tratamiento y atención sociosanitaria. Los ecos volverían a resonar en Europa, con la creación de las redes europeas de referencia, siguiendo la Directiva de Asistencia Transfronteriza. Una vez habíamos sentado las bases de nuestra acción en Europa, desde nuestro país nos abrimos camino para volar, hacia Iberoamérica y todo el mundo. Por fin, ese primer aleteo, después de años, nos permitió llegar a la sede de la ONU en Nueva York. Y llegó hasta nuestros días, con la resolución de la ONU en enfermedades raras. ¿Y ahora qué? No podemos predecir el futuro, pero podemos ser ese aleteo, esa chispa que deriva en grandes cosas. ¿Os imagináis las buenas noticias que podríamos compartir en 2030?
Soñamos con un futuro en el que la inversión en investigación en enfermedades raras se multiplica. Se reduce el retraso diagnóstico a menos de un año. Existen tratamientos eficaces y seguros para la mayoría de las enfermedades raras. La experiencia clínica compartida ya es una realidad dentro y fuera de nuestras fronteras. Se consolida un modelo de atención integral, innovador, que cubre las necesidades sociosanitarias. Las personas con enfermedades raras logran un pleno desarrollo y participación social. Creemos que este futuro que imaginamos es posible.
Inventing the new world of business applications. A long time ago, in the ancient prehistoric days, the world of business applications was very different from how we know it today. To understand the great evolution of these applications, we must take a long journey, a journey back in time. Findings prove the presence of inchoate and degenerate off-the-shelf products, just as vast numbers of overcomplicated individual development. The modern developed business application was nowhere to be found. And then, out of the midst of chaos, 100% customized unique business solutions emerged that run on the robust Oriana low-code platform with no vendor deadlock. Based on a low-code foundation, by fine-tuning and snapping the application blocks together, business applications began to be built faster and at lower cost than ever before. The era of the Oriana ecosystem thus began. With a growing partner network across Europe, Oriana evolved from being a hands-on low-code, no-code tool to an enterprise-grade platform. A community of software developer, commercial, and ISV partners are relying now on the platform to distribute and develop scalable, future-proof solutions. With the help of the continuously growing Oriana content library, customizable applications can be created according to business needs and fine-tuned with the many ready-to-use application blocks. Oriana Studio, the integrated developer tool, doesn't even require in-depth coding knowledge, still enabling rapid application building and modification for consultants and developers alike. Customized prototypes are presented as soon as the first meeting. Ask for your own. Join Oriana's unique world.
Dicen que el aleteo de las alas de una mariposa se puede sentir al otro lado del mundo. Eso significa que algo que hagamos hoy puede tener consecuencias más allá de cualquier frontera, más allá del tiempo. Las personas con enfermedades raras o sin diagnóstico somos el paradigma del efecto mariposa. Pese a que las familias estamos lejos unas de otras, los retos que nos unen pesan más que cualquier distancia. Ese primer aleteo lo marcaron las personas que se unieron y crearon la primera organización de enfermedades raras de Europa. Gracias a este primer paso, surgieron los primeros marcos legislativos de enfermedades raras. La onda de este aleteo llegó a España, motivando después el nacimiento de FEDER, la Federación Española de Enfermedades Raras. Y con ello surgieron las primeras iniciativas para dar respuesta a las familias. También llegó la primera ponencia en el Senado que instaba a crear la Estrategia de Enfermedades Raras que llegaría en 2009. Una hoja de ruta que se publicó en paralelo a nuestro primer estudio en serio, que cuantificaba nuestros retos: diagnóstico, tratamiento y atención sociosanitaria. Los
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? You getting any thumbs up for my mic being on? I'm hearing a very loud buzz noise in my ears. Shall I roll with it, or any intros?
Can you hear me or not?
I
God.
can definitely hear you. Yes.
Oh gosh.
Sorry to interrupt. I think your mic's not on. I think you might be having your internal the microphone used on your computer. I can barely hear you. I can hear you say something, but not too well.
Oh gosh, it's just a problem.
Better, definitely better.
Yeah. Okay. So I was just saying that thank you thank you very much for being with us. A pity that you are not with us in person. Hope you next year we can count with you. Yeah, Antti, he's MVP in business apps. He's architect in everything: project operations, power platform, everything. He's the master. So yeah, Antti, the stage is yours. If there is any question, we will just drive you a question through the private chat. And yeah, the stage is yours. I'm just going to add
Sounds
your
good.
screen.
Awesome. All right, so I take it y'all can see my screen. I can sit in the browser window. So let's get started. Thank you for the introductions. It's a pleasure to virtually meet you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever day, whatever time of the day it is for you there on the other side. So my name is Antti Pajunen, and this session is going to be about building project operations proofs of concepts with Power Automate. And if there's anything that you can't hear me or I'm not speaking clearly, just let me know. Shoot a comment if you have any questions. Ask away. So first off, thank you to all the sponsors. With community events like these would not be possible if we would not have awesome sponsors helping us out with these events. So huge thanks to all of our different sponsors. I don't really like to talk about myself too much, but for those of you who don't know me, my name is Antti Pajunen. I come from Northern Europe. I come from Finland. I'm a Power Platform advisor and co-founder at a company called Forward Forever. Now, I'm an architect at everything. I guess that means that I know something about everything, but not really deeply, deep dive about any specific subject. So I guess you could kind of kid like that. I do have a niche, and that niche is project operations. So I've been, involved with that product since it was Project Service Automation in 2016, all the way from version 1 from the very beginning. I've been, implementing that. I've been advising customers. I've been advising Microsoft partners on how to implement both PSA and project operations, and I've kind of transitioned to the world of Power Platform through our company. So these days, I try to advise on project operations, but also what I do a lot is enable low-code platforms and or the local platform, Microsoft Power Platform for customers, for them to have a platform that their citizen developers and makers can use to build great apps. So, without further ado, let's kind of get started. And I don't assume knowledge, so I will talk very briefly about what is project operations, just to give you a basics of what it is. And, after the basics, what we're going to do is we're going to look at different proof of concept scenarios that I think are good to be built with project operations using Power Automate. And we'll kind of look at pros and cons of what those proof of concept scenarios are for low code versus pro code. And if you're not a project operations person, that doesn't really matter, even though this is aimed at project ops sort of professionals. There's a lot here that'll kind of give you, or I want to believe that the session will give you ideas on how to extend and customize, Dynamics 365, whether it's sales, customer service, or field service, with Power Automate, and how to kind of loop in the different components of the Microsoft ecosystem like Teams, SharePoint, and whatnot, and AI Builder and whatnot into your mix, and how to build better solutions and proofs of concepts for your customers. So with that said, let's kind of get started with the basics of project operations. So again, I want to cover this really briefly. Project operations is essentially an end-to-end professional services automation application, and that is a mouthful. In short, project ops is for professional services. If you're a consultant, if you work in IT, then you know what you have to do daily. You do customer work, then you do your time entries, then the company you work for, they manage your projects that you work on, they invoice, they resource and plan your resourcing and whatnot. So that is project operations. It is aimed at organizations like that. And it's really meant to eliminate data silos by reducing the need of several different disparate systems. You might have worked at companies, if you're in IT like I am, you might have worked at companies where the company has several different systems for very basic stuff. And what I mean by that is, they might have systems for a time entry, then their invoicing system might be something else. They might plan their resources in a third system. They might manage their projects in a fourth system. So, easily professional services organizations have a plethora of different applications for different tasks. And the goal of projects is really to kind of eliminate those silos and serve as a single application for the entire high-level process from lead to invoicing. Now, ProjOps is, in a nutshell, a fairly new product. It's about now about 3 years old, and it is based on what we used to know as project service automation. So the core CE or customer engagement capabilities that it has are built on project service automation, which is now deprecated, and then it has additional capabilities added to it through Project for the Web, which is the project management experience, and then for the backend stuff for that hero deployment, that integrated deployment that consists of CE and F&O, Dynamics 365 Finance then brings capabilities for basically project management and accounting capabilities for revenue recognition, rich expenses, and that kind of stuff. And actually, and behind the scenes, we use general ledger, accounts payable, accounts receivable stuff from Dynamics 365 Finance. So it's really a combination of those three different products. Now, we're kind of getting closer to the core idea of the session, which is those proofs of concepts with Power Automate, with Power Automate for project operations. So at this point, I kind of want to cover what project operations does and does not do well. So it really is built, project operations that is really built to fit the needs of different roles in project-centric organizations, and it does very well support a prospect to delivery to cash processes in such organizations, in professional services organizations. So, prospecting, quoting, resource management, then the execution and delivery of a project, the time and expense entry process, the invoicing process, and the project accounting process. So it's good at those. What it's not good at, and what it's not meant to do, and what it's not designed to do, is to serve all industries. So it is not built to serve all possible industries. It is a purpose-built professional services automation application. So professional services in general. And it's also not built to serve a specific industry, such as construction or law. So even though I'm saying professional services, and law is a good example of professional services, it's not specifically aimed at law firms. It's not specifically aimed at engineering or architecture or IT for that matter. It is general professional services. And with that, I mean, the obvious thing here is that, and actually it's not obvious to many people, but if you kind of understand the application, it becomes obvious. It is not a portfolio management tool. There are other tools for those hardcore project managers who want very, very rich features, such as, the features we have in Microsoft Project Professional, the desktop client, or Microsoft Project Online, which is that SharePoint-based portfolio management tool. Now, with that said, what are kind of some of the possibilities for extending project operations, and what are really the blanks to fill? Well, glad you asked. So, for us, Microsoft partners, the blanks that we need to fill are, industry verticals, for example. So like I said, ProjOps is not specifically aimed at law firms. So if you want to serve law firms, you need to extend it to fit that industry's specific needs. Now, customizations, just like in any Dynamics 365 C3 blah blah, customizations, like in any Dynamics 365 project, are natural. Those we have to take care of. And really the kind of the biggest, in my opinion, the biggest blanks to fill for partners are with features that are necessarily not yet in the product or will not be in the product. And examples of these are, change requests, for example. I know it says like, wait, it's a professional services tool. It doesn't have change requests. Well, they have the product team does have a priority in which they build things, and the priority is based on really customer feedback. So CRs are not there just yet. So CRs are a good example of, extending project operations, a blank to fill. Business intelligence is a huge area. each implementation project of project operations will consist of an immense amount of BI work. Well, immense in in what I think. Working time bank, that's another extension, an extensibility angle if you require a working time bank, mobile apps, project templates, and so on and so on. So there's quite a few opportunities. Now, how do those, how can we as partners then fill those blanks? Well, Power Automate as well as Canvas apps are a great way to get started, and they're a great way to do proofs of concepts for customers. And I do want to emphasize, and this is from personal experience. If we look at 2016, 2017, when PSA v1, sort of all of this came to be, those concepts of Power Automate and Canvas apps were just kind of getting started, and they weren't really tools that we could, to a great extent, leverage for stuff that we can, for similar stuff that we can use them today. So the way I see it is Power Automate and Canvas apps, they really, really transform what a functional consultant can do. And I'm from the functional side. I don't code. JSON is code for me. That's I consider that code. So I don't do code. So what's really happened to me personally is that Power Automate and Canvas apps have really, really transformed what I can do for a customer, especially Power Automate. And they really, those tools really enable functional consultants to create swift proofs of concepts, to kind of try out the missing pieces that aren't in the product during that implementation project. Now, they can be big, they can be small, but I think they're a great means of achieving small and quick wins to kind of see if a functionality that we can build would actually land well. Now, the sort of prerequisite of these when it comes to project operations naturally is that those functional consultants really need to know the project operations data model very well. So that's forgiving. If you don't know the data model, then you're going to be lost building these proofs of concepts and ideas that I'm going to be showing in just a few minutes. And one reality is that dev resources are usually pretty scarce. So we don't really have an abundance of devs. So being able to kind of, take the matter into your own hands and build swift proofs of concepts without needing developers can be a great asset and can really make your project a lot smoother. You don't have to spend dev time on these things, and they can focus on the core stuff that they need to do. When you can kind of, as a functional consultant with Power Automate and Canvas apps, easily build those proofs of concepts without the devs. So let them focus on their time and energy on something that they need to do, and what consultants cannot do. Now, also the nice thing with simple proofs of concepts is they're really easy to deprecate, or can be really easy to deprecate. I'm not saying they all are, but no code proofs of concepts can be really easy to deprecate as well. If they don't work out, then just go and deprecate them. At least the the examples that I'm going to give you again in just a few minutes. So then when we think of creating those proofs of concepts, we do want to pick our battles, right? So, I mean, we really want to consider what is worth building and what's not worth building with low code, no code tools. And one thing that is personally for me always becomes a reality when I use Power Automate is the event execution pipeline. That's not generally available in a consultant's toolkit. So for those scenarios, that's pro code stuff. And I'm going to show you an example of a proof of concept which works pretty well, but in the end, then you kind of partially end up failing because because of flow. You'll see in a few minutes. And then another thing is you really need to consider the overall time investment and complexity. A good example of this is the project schedule APIs. They can be a quick win, but they can be fairly complex to use in a proof of concept for a non-developer using Power Automate. They can take significantly more amount of time for a consultant to build in Power Automate than what it would take for a dev to leverage them in code. That's just the way it is. You got to pick your battles. Consider what you're building, and really evaluate the need against the product roadmap. It's a bit scary that I'm not going to say not too many, but many people, generalizing, seem to not look at the product roadmap too closely. And they might consider building things that are 6 months or a year into the making by the product team. So ask on the ProjOps Teams channel about the product roadmap, about features that are coming. Look at the release plans, read those before you make a decision to implement something that's just around the corner. Usually that doesn't make sense, and usually customers can wait 6 months unless you're talking about a feature that is a huge deal breaker. And then again, make sure that future changes to the data model in ProjOps don't break your solution. So, for example, if you create dependencies to scheduling and project service automation, if you haven't yet transferred and updated to ProjOps from PSA, if you create dependencies in scheduling in PSA, then you're gonna have problems when you upgrade to project operations. So you do need to kind of always be wary of what are you changing. The things that I'm changing, are those changes that I'm going to make, are those really supported? And then if I'm doing stuff like I'm disabling plugins so something doesn't happen, I'm playing with the schedulable tables, those are usually no stuff. And so don't even consider those. And then consider the audience. If you build a proof of concept for a few users, that proof of concept might work just fine. But in an application like project operations, you have to think big scale. Especially if you're building for enterprise, you might have thousands of users. So you need to consider how your solution works and scales. And this is probably, the most important kind of gotcha that you might want to take away from this if you are a functional consultant or a functional solution architect and you're planning, those proof of concepts for your customers in project operations. Think scale. So an example of scale is, if you want to fire something off when time entries are approved, when actuals are created, when time entries are approved, you want to consider what happens if you get 5,000 time entry approvals during a Friday evening. What's going to happen to your logic? What's going to happen to whatever you're building when something like that happens? Now, if you're building for, a user base of 50 users, then it's not really a problem. But if you're building for enterprise, remember that ProjOps is full of complex code. It is a beast of a code machine. So you really need to understand the moving parts in it when you're building things. And when you're building your proof of concept, you got to consider if the logic that you're creating actually is going to scale for enterprise. Now, let's get to the proof of concept ideas. So what do we have and why do we have these? So let's look at the first use case. I'm going to have 3 use cases for you. I am conscious of time. It's 4:22 where I am, so I got about 30 minutes for this. I think I'm ahead of time, but let's see where this takes us. So let's look at the very first use case. So change requests. So when a project's scope changes and we need to add additional work to our order / project contract and to our project, what can we do? So out of the box, there is no change request feature yet. It doesn't mean that we can't build that. Now, especially with the project, schedule APIs and with task-based billing, we're able to implement that. So task-based billing, essentially, what's that? Task-based billing in project operations allows us to have multiple different order lines with unique combinations of, for example, project and include time. So we have those 3 flags, include time, or 4 flags, include time, expense, materials, and fees. With task-based billing, I can say I have order line 1 I have a single project on the wall. I have order line 1 with time included. I can add another order line with time included as well. That used to not be possible, but with task-based billing it is. And then what I'll do is I'll choose the chargeable tasks for each of those order lines. And this is probably one of the most frequent requirements in professional services. And this is definitely something that you can do a proof of concept on, whether it's complex or straightforward. That's in the eye of the beholder. But that's the approach that I'm showing is definitely feasible in a fairly small amount of effort. So with that said, I'm gonna stop hop. Let's not look at that slide yet. So I'm gonna change out of and hop out of my presentation and hop over to my project operations environment. And I can see on my other screen that you should be able to see this as well, which is great. So what I have for change requests is actually a fairly simple data model. So you have a table for change requests, and those change requests then have, if I'll scroll down just a bit, have change request lines. Now, those change request lines are essentially those activities / tasks that CR consists of. Now, what's kind of beyond the scope of this demo is the other part that's also kind of cool about these CRs, but which I really can't show you because of time constraints, and that's how are these CRs created. So the way I'm actually creating these change requests is through physical documents. You heard it right, physical documents. A lot of times I can still see physical pieces of paper being filled and then scanned and sent to customers, or PDF documents, Word documents being filled in and sent to customers for them to actually physically sign it. So what I'm doing is, when I'm uploading a document to SharePoint, I'm processing that with AI Builder. And then AI Builder essentially takes the information in the document, takes the contents of the change request, and creates a new change request row with change request lines in Dynamics. So I'm using AI Builder for that. It works fairly well. It's not perfect, but it works fairly okay for, based on the limited tests that I've done. But in any case, so what we have is a change request in this example, and those change request lines. Now, what I can do is I can process this change request by, in the ribbon, clicking on this Append CR to Order button, which is a custom ribbon button that I've created with Scott Duro's XRM, Scott Duro's ribbon workbench. And what happens in the background is a Power Automate, a Cloudflow fires off and creates a new order line on our order. So when I click this, I'm not going to click this now because this actually takes a surprising amount of time to run. It takes a few minutes for this to complete. So I've made this sort of data available for this demo a few minutes earlier before I jumped on the session. So when I click on the Append to CR, what happens is I get another order line on my order. So it uses task-based billing, and based on the change request and the change request lines, a new order line's created. And what it also does, so it actually, and one more kind of clarification to this. So it actually does go in and it sets task-based billing, and as you can see, it sets the flags to how I've defined, and it sets the amount from those change request lines as well. And then in addition to that, it calls the project schedule APIs and adds adds the contents of the change request to our project plan, to our work breakdown structure. So as you can see, what we have here is I've today processed this, and it's added my summary task and then my child tasks under this as the exact same contents that I have on the change request. Now the dates are in the past because this is, originally the CR is from 2021. But that's beside the point. And it's also created assignments for team members, so we can actually also assign people on these tasks if we have specific resources to give the CR lines on the CR line level. So how does this happen? Well, it happens through Power Automate. So we have when an HTTP request is received trigger, which is, at that point you might be like, hey, what's up, man? I mean, that's kind of, yeah, I know. Some customers might not like this because this trigger essentially, we got to expose this endpoint in the flow. So that's a bit of, do we want to use this or not? So that's one of those gotchas that you kind of have to be aware when you're planning this. I'm not going to run through this Cloudflow because it does, that would take the remaining 20 minutes of my time. But essentially what it does is it creates those order lines, it creates project contract line details as well. And then it calls the project schedule APIs and creates the matching elements in the WBS. Now, one thing here is, which is, again, one of those gotchas, is flow run has failed. And the reason for this is with the response. So this flow takes too long to run, so the response actually fails. So if I were to be on that change request row and smash that ribbon button once, it would say that the flow has failed, the creation of the CR has failed, even though it hasn't. And to be very honest, I've used this fairly often in presentations and whatnot, and I just realized that it started failing as of today. So yeah, what can you say? But it's just, it's a good example of the kinds of things that you got to be wary of when you're building automation with Power Automate, and of the limitations that we as low code makers have as opposed to developers, especially if the dev would be using Azure Functions, if the plugins would time out and whatnot. So this is that CR example, and I'm going to hop back to my presentation. And before we look at the other example, we're going to go through some thoughts of this proof of concept example. So it's based on custom tables. This is fairly easy to implement, can be very easily deprecated. Now, like I said, the HTTP request received trigger, controlling that execution does, that's one of the downsides, and controlling execution does require a bit of work. Ideally, what we want to do is, we want to hide the ribbon button after we've clicked it when it's executed, and then display it after a success or failure, just because, we kind of don't want to give users the opportunity to just smash that button and fire the flow continuously, and then create several order lines and hence several different new elements into the project work breakdown structure. And again, the event execution pipelines, those different stages are not accessible with Flow, so we have no pre-validation. We can't do any pre-validation for this. And if something does go wrong, then async doesn't roll back any changes. So that's one thing. And we do need to consider transactional consistency with the schedule APIs. And on top of that, the notification in the UI, it's not the best. So maybe JavaScript could provide a more meaningful notification for this. And there is that thing that we need to do some adjustments to our time entries to force project tasks in our time entries so that we don't create unnecessary errors in how financial data is created. I'm not going to dive deeper into this. I have a blog post about this. So it's in essence, we would need to use JavaScript for time entries in conjunction with this change request feature. Now, again, we do have to call PSS, Project Scheduling Service, via the project schedule APIs, and this is doable if the CR is small. If we have, like I had, I think 7 or 8 tasks on the CR, this isn't, it isn't that bad. But if you have a CR for, again, think big, think global, think big global projects. You have a CR. Maybe you are doing construction. You have something that has like 200 tasks or 150 tasks for a CR. That would be excruciating to build in low code. A dev would do it significantly faster. So this is kind of, you can kind of do a proof of concept of this, but maybe, an actual implementation, I would probably loop in a dev and do some of these things with a developer for a more robust solution. Now we got 15 minutes, and I think we have time to do those 2 additional examples, those proof of concept examples that I have. And the next one is going to be invoice attachments. So this is, again, one of those very frequent requirements that we have. Creating invoice attachments in project operations. When we send an invoice, we want to have something with additional sent with our invoice that lists the specific tasks that we have logged time against. And it's not available out of the box in project operations. ProjOps just sends a bulk invoice with invoice line details. That's it. So an invoice attachment is something that we use ourselves, even though we don't use ProjOps. We have an invoice attachment flow created, and a lot of professional services companies do want to send out kind of a summary and a list of what has been done together with their invoices. So this use case, let's go jump in a demo for this. So how do we accomplish this? Well, for this, we actually have quite a few options. Like how do we actually want to do this? Usually this is the responsibility of a project manager or accounts receivable. It kind of depends, or project accountant. A lot of cases in my experience, this would be done by a PM. So how would a project manager access and get their hands on a list of time entries that I, as a consultant, have submitted? So for this, and this is, at this point, you're like, yeah, I can see he's a Power Automate guy. So yeah, I mean, red and green colorblind, even though I have red and green here, and I'm not great at creating stunning visuals, but this, the idea you get the idea, right? The idea comes across. So what we could do for creating time entries or those attachments is actually a custom page. So I think this is a pretty good example of how custom pages could be leveraged. So I have a custom page that allows me to select a project, and then based on that selected project, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a from date and a to date, and then create those, based on those dates, create an attachment that lists my approved time entries. Now, I'm not going to go into details and discuss what is the underlying source for data for these attachments, because you have different options. You could go for invoice line details on an invoice. You could go for time entries. You could go for for approved time entries. You could go for actuals. All approaches have different pros and cons. Again, I have an article in my blog about the differences and some comparison for those different sources of data as invoice attachments, if you kind of want to look at those in more detail. So what happens is, I select the project, the dates, and I create an attachment. Flow runs and creates an invoice attachment in SharePoint. And if we just open the PDF up, this should, sometimes it doesn't want to render properly. Yeah, there you go. So it's like, I guess this is just SharePoint for you. Sometimes it just works and sometimes it doesn't. Let me try to refresh this page and see if the preview would work. Honestly, it's just like every other time the preview will not work. So let's see if we can get there through that. It kind of gave us a glimpse of what's in the document, and then it just said oops. So let's try this again. All right, now it works. It loads a little fast. My computer runs, running out of juice as I'm streaming and sharing and doing all these things. So this is the invoice attachment. And again, the nice thing with this is you can make it as beautiful as you want within the confines of what you can do with Word templates. So there is a Word template behind this, and then that Word template gets populated based on information that the full flow pulls. And here we have an attachment created. So you can be pretty creative with this. Again, it's fairly straightforward to kind of set up and do. So it's a nice thing to kind of show the customer what can be done with a fairly feasible effort. And then if we kind of look at what really happens in the background, again, we have a Power Apps trigger that fires off from that custom page, and then Flow works its magic, and essentially then, at the end responds back to the Power App saying the attachment's been created, and really pulls the data from where I've defined and then creates the attachment based on that. And I do believe that for this, I was using chargeable project approvals for this example as sort of the source for the data. So this was another proof of concept example. And we have 9 minutes. I'm going to hop back to my presentation before the last example. So some thoughts about the invoice attachments. Many ways to build them. That's I think the biggest problem is what are you going to use technology-wise, and what's your where are you going to pull that data from? Again, which table and projects are you going to use for that? Now, there's kind of pros and cons to building this proof of concept with Word templates versus RS reports. They both take a bit of time. It's not a crazy amount of time, but when you're building this for the first time, it probably ends up taking, I would argue, a similar amount of effort whether you build this with Flow and Word templates versus building with RS reports. Naturally, RS reports are a pain to edit after the fact, especially if you're not familiar with how they're built and you have to ask a colleague to do that versus just fixing your Word template and your Cloud Flow. And then, what's the source of the truth for attachments? Is it invoice line details, project approvals, or actuals? And again, then I've chosen to run this from a custom page, but where are you going to run these reports from? And I think a custom page could be nice for this because it kind of, gives you a UI that you can tailor and create to your own based on your customers' requirements and through your own creativity. So it's a nice approach for something like this. And then, again, kind of back to those Word templates versus fetch-based RS reports. How pretty should they be? That's one angle to kind of look at. We can build decent stuff with Word templates, Word docs, but it's maybe we get more done with our reports. It's kind of, you win some, you lose some. And maybe the most important takeaway here is that flow is not good for complex calculations. So that is something that you do want to look up front. What are the calculation requirements that your customers have for those attachments? If you have to do complex calculations, then flow's not going to be your tool. Then you have to look at something like Azure Functions, for example. Or plugins. So calculations, consider the calculation complexity before you kind of jump in and start building your flow and realize that, oops, I can't do these calcs in flow. I gotta do something else. In hindsight, I think this is again a good proof of concept, and I think this could be, something that's very realistic to kind of implement after a POC, and something that a functional consultant could do without a dev. But again, those two things, you want to use R supports or do this with Word. And what are your calc requirements? Those are those things that you do want to consider. All right, so we have the last example for our proof of concepts, and we have just plenty of time. We got 6 minutes to go in this session. So time entry reminders. Again, for professional services, geez, this is frequent. Oh gosh, to be honest, I wonder if I have my time entries filled for Friday. Maybe I should build a reminder for myself. So people really forget to submit their time at the end of the week. This is just a fact. It happens in every single organization. So what pretty frequently, several customers want is they want some sort of reminder logic. So if people are missing their entries, or if the sum total of hours per week is not equal to X, then send out a notification. And usually the requirement is that PMs and the managers really need an easy view that lets them kind of see what's missing. And again, Power BI is great for this. For some use cases, Power BI might be even better than using a reminder. The reminder is really for that submitter. For me as a consultant, if I forget to submit my time, then I need to get a reminder for that. Ideally, I'd say ping people on Teams and don't send them an email. However, Teams chat does have some limitations. Basically, if you try to send a table that's too big in Teams chat, then Teams that flow will fail and just say that Teams can't display a table that's greater than something. I'm not a Teams person, so I forget the limit, but that's something that I've ran into. So maybe you could consider adaptive cards or something. If you could build a nice table in adaptive card, if that would work for you. And with that, I'm going to show you what these could mean in real life. So let me just switch to my other browser and drag it over here. And I think you're able to see my screen right now. Yes. So what I have here is a weekly reminder that sends me a message on Teams saying that I should have 37.5 hours submitted. I have 0 hours. Check your time entries and submit the missing hours. And what this table actually is this is sort of an admin table. So there's two sides to this. This is for me as a consultant, and this is for me as an admin. And as an admin or / manager, I'm seeing that John and Larry, those freaking slackers, they don't have any time entries for this week. So I could go and ping Larry and John and was like, come on guys, just stop slacking, send your time entries. You haven't done your stuff. So again, how this works is it works with a Cloudflow with a recurrence. Flow does a bunch of stuff, manipulates some date time things. This is always this is the most time that you're going to spend on this flow is with dates and times. They're horrible every single time, and the flow takes time entries, looks at the kind of cap for a week. That's hard coded for every bookable resource. There's a custom field there. Takes a week and checks whether or not that resource has submitted time entries equaling the amount of hours that have been defined and hard coded on their bookable resource row. And then based on that, it fires off that message in Teams. And I'm being conscious of time. I know I have a minute. So time entry reminder, thoughts, define what should be sent to whom and when. And again, Flow isn't the best tool for complex mathematical calc. Keep it simple. Adaptive cards can be a bit, nicer. And don't ping people unless you need to. Only ping them if they're missing time entries. And then, final slide, putting them all together. So Power Automate really can be a powerful enabler for functional consultants. But sometimes it can end up taking more time than pro code if the scope is too large and gets out of hand. Hey, Marco.
Hey, it seems we had an issue with the connection in the last minute. Thank you, it was lovely. It was a really nice presentation. Thank you for the time. And I'm pretty sure everyone is looking forward to learn more about project operations.
Thank you, Marco. And thanks everyone on the lines. It was great presenting to you guys. And have a fantastic conference and have a good one.
Maybe next year we can come with you to be here.
Hopefully that'll happen.
That would be nice.
Looking forward to
Thank
that.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Inventing the new world of business applications. A long time ago, in the ancient prehistoric days, the world of business applications was very different from how we know it today. To understand the great evolution of these applications, we must take a long journey, a journey back in time. Findings prove the presence of inchoate and degenerate off-the-shelf products, just as vast numbers of overcomplicated individual development. The modern developed business application was nowhere to be found. And then, out of the midst of chaos, 100% customized unique business solutions emerged that run on the robust Oriana low-code platform with no vendor deadlock. Based on a low-code foundation, by fine-tuning and snapping the application blocks together, business applications began to be built faster and at lower cost than ever before. The era of the Oriana ecosystem thus began. With a growing partner network across Europe, Oriana evolved from being a hands-on low-code, no-code tool to an enterprise-grade platform. A community of software developer, commercial, and ISV partners are relying now on the platform to distribute and develop scalable, future-proof solutions. With the help of the continuously growing Oriana content library, customizable applications can be created according to business needs and fine-tuned with the many ready-to-use application blocks. Oriana Studio, the integrated developer tool, doesn't even require in-depth coding knowledge, still enabling rapid application building and modification for consultants and developers alike. Customized prototypes are presented as soon as the first meeting. Ask for your own. Join Oriana's unique world.
Dicen que el aleteo de las alas de una mariposa se puede sentir al otro lado del mundo. Eso significa que algo que hagamos hoy puede tener consecuencias más allá de cualquier frontera, más allá del tiempo. Las personas con enfermedades raras o sin diagnóstico somos el paradigma del efecto mariposa. Pese a que las familias estamos lejos unas de otras, los retos que nos unen pesan más que cualquier distancia. Ese primer aleteo lo marcaron las personas que se unieron y crearon la primera organización de enfermedades raras de Europa. Gracias a este primer paso, surgieron los primeros marcos legislativos de enfermedades raras. La onda de este aleteo llegó a España, motivando después el nacimiento de FEDER, la Federación Española de Enfermedades Raras. Y con ello surgieron las primeras iniciativas para dar respuesta a las familias. También llegó la primera ponencia en el Senado que instaba a crear la Estrategia de Enfermedades Raras que llegaría en 2009. Una hoja de ruta que se publicó en paralelo a nuestro primer estudio en serio, que cuantificaba nuestros retos, diagnóstico, tratamiento y atención sociosanitaria. Los ecos volverían a resonar en Europa, con la creación de las redes europeas de referencia, siguiendo la Directiva de Asistencia Transfronteriza. Una vez habíamos sentado las bases de nuestra acción en Europa, desde nuestro país nos abrimos camino para volar, hacia Iberoamérica y todo el mundo. Por fin, ese primer aleteo, después de años, nos permitió llegar a la sede de la ONU en Nueva York. Y llegó hasta nuestros días, con la resolución de la ONU en enfermedades raras. ¿Y ahora qué? No podemos predecir el futuro, pero podemos ser ese aleteo, esa chispa que deriva en grandes cosas. ¿Os imagináis las buenas noticias que podríamos compartir en 2030?
Soñamos con un futuro en el que la inversión en investigación en enfermedades raras se multiplica. Se reduce el retraso diagnóstico a menos de un año. Existen tratamientos eficaces y seguros para la mayoría de las enfermedades raras. La experiencia clínica compartida ya es una realidad dentro y fuera de nuestras fronteras. Se consolida un modelo de atención integral innovador que cubre las necesidades sociosanitarias. Las personas con enfermedades raras logran un pleno desarrollo y participación social. Creemos que este futuro que imaginamos es posible.
Okay, let's go and get started. Welcome everyone to Biz Summit Spain 2022. This is deploying Power Pages in Microsoft Teams. My name is Chris Horde. I'm a Teams MVP and Partner Education Lead from Fusion here in the UK. Can I just begin by saying that I'm very excited about the session today, and I'd just like to thank the organisers for accepting and giving me the opportunity, especially as I didn't have the opportunity last year. Now I have to say, sorry in advance that I'm not there in person and that this is a pre-recorded session. Logistics has meant that I can't be there on Saturday, but I hope you enjoy what I'm about to show you over the course of the next kind of 30-40 minutes. And a big thank you to the sponsors as well, because it's good sponsors and good organisers that make great events. I'm sure that if you're there in person on Saturday, it's going to be amazing in terms of sessions and networking opportunities. And if you're watching online, then you can wrap these great sessions around your day. The organisers have put a lot into this. It's one of the best events in the calendar. So yeah, enjoy, and hopefully I'll be there in person next year. So what to expect from this session, deploying Power Pages in Microsoft Teams? First of all, we're going to break it down into 3 parts, and the first part is going to be all about the why. I managed to figure out how to do this. I put the cart in front of the horse, so to speak, and then I had to go back retrospectively and kind of work out why, and then I realized there's loads of reasons as to why you would do this. We're then going to move on to the how. So we're going to go and look through every step in how we deploy Power Pages in Teams. Practical communities like the Power Platform I really admire, because I'd like to consider myself quite practical. I used to be a field engineer and an architect and head of professional services for a long time. I still keep my hand in a tech community because I love that practical element. So a large amount of this session is going to all be about the how. To cap this session, we're going to have a call to action, what you can do after the session is over. But all 3 parts are really underpinned by the outcome, which is learn how to install and render pages in Microsoft Teams. Now, this session is a level 300 session. It's an advanced session because we get quite kind of deep into the granularity of it. You need to know about Teams. You need to know about the Power Platform. You also need to know about Azure AD too. So it's going to get very nuts and bolts as opposed to being theoretical and conceptual. In terms of its focus, this is going to be on Microsoft Teams. We can, of course, go and deploy the Power Page, but really this session is concerned with how we fit that into Microsoft Teams. There's 2 different ways to do so. In terms of this session, the demo is 60%, could actually be higher, could actually be 70. I want to make this as hands-on as possible. I mean, I'm sure you can read up elsewhere on Power Pages, but I want to show you how kind of straightforward this is once we've done it a few times. There is a caveat to this session, though. It's valid for 4 weeks. Microsoft Teams changes regularly, and the cadence on Power Platform is probably just as fast. So I don't want to kind of say to you that this is going to be this way forever. I mean, hopefully Microsoft bring out its own Power Page app in the same way that you can surface a SharePoint page through Viva Connections. I mean, that's the ideal world, right? But we'll see. I mean, we'll see how long this lasts for. So let's start by talking about the why. Why surface Power Pages in Teams at all? As said, I worked out the technicals first and then went back and then kind of thought a little bit about the business reasons. And there is lots of reasons to do this. I mean, the first one that I could think of is that it's an alternative for a SharePoint site or for Viva Connections. That could be too restrictive. Now, I'm not bashing those services. I've deployed hundreds of SharePoint sites and Viva Connections within inside Microsoft Teams. This is just another way to get a web page into Microsoft Teams. It's an alternative. It's not, I'm not trying to force you to use Power Pages. The option is yours. But if you think that a Power Page, you can have both your makers and pro dev on that Power Page, then you could create something that you've got total flexibility. It might not feel so rigid. That could be a big benefit as to why we do that. Secondly, and kind of leading on from this, there is loads of great examples of Power Pages, that's in use today. Microsoft use some, the community use some. 2 that surfaced to my mind. The first is the Microsoft feedback page, which is feedbackportal.microsoft.com. That's the page where if you've got any feedback on one Microsoft service, if you've got an idea that you think might be good in that service, we go to feedbackportal.microsoft.com, and then we would either vote up or we would open our own. In addition to the feedback portal, we have, if you work with Microsoft Teams Call-In, the PSTN desk, which, let's say that we're doing a migration of numbers into our Teams Admin Center, we would raise a ticket there. I mean, both of those Power Pages are very functional. They're just really great experiences. You could have those, but have them within Microsoft Teams. You have to think Teams is what Microsoft regard as the front end. It's where people in our organization is working. Why try to get them to go out to a web page when you can bring that into Microsoft Teams and into the flow of their work? And this doesn't just apply to your business either. If you're a Microsoft partner, you could build a Power Page and surface it in your customers' teams too. There's a lot of opportunity there, particularly if you're keeping that page up to date. That could be professional and managed services, right? Thirdly, it's about kind of integrating with the rest of the Power Platform within Microsoft Teams. We have an app for Power Apps. We have an app for Power Automate. We have an app for Power BI. As kind of engineers and admins, we love consistency. So to be able to have an app for Power Pages, Microsoft might bring that out later on, but this gives us an opportunity to do that today. And underpinning all this is this idea is that Microsoft Teams is the place where people work, where we're bringing apps together so that people have everything at their fingertips. In fact, to the tune of 270 million monthly active users. Now, considering all these things, if I'm looking at it from a business sense, this is an opportunity for those fusion teams, for makers and pro devs to work together. So, you know, you're going to be building the Power Page, but part of that requirement is to surface it in Microsoft Teams. It adds to what they do. But also as well for the organization that you're putting this into, having that Power Page and bringing it into Microsoft Teams is just another reason to get it if that site is hosted externally into a Power Page. The fact that you can surface it in Microsoft Teams is another selling point. So there are lots of reasons as to why we would do this. And like I said, you know, I did work it out and then come back to those reasons. But if I'm having a conversation, I would explain this before I actually go and do the deployment. Now, to do this deployment, there are some prereqs. There is two. The first is the Azure AD role permissions, and the second is the licenses. In terms of permissions, there is really two routes we can take. We can use the global administrator permissions. Now, that will allow us to do everything that you see here today, but many organizations do not allow users for security and compliance reasons to have that role. So if you need something that is more specific, then you can do this through a combination of the Team Service Admin, the Application Admin, and the Power Platform Admin. If you have all three, you should be able to achieve what we see here today. In terms of licenses, a Microsoft 365 or Office 365 license that includes Teams. So we're not just going to be deploying it in Teams, we're going to be building it as well using the developer portal, which funnily enough has changed, because when I first started doing this, I did it in App Studio. Then I come back along and last week and I went to go and do this again, and then I saw that the whole process had completely changed. So, you know, what I'm going to show you today is the new way of doing it, because App Studio has now been retired. In terms of, you know, moving past Microsoft 365 or Office 365, we need licensing for the Power Page too. We can also do this on a trial, and that's the trial is what I'm going to be showing you today. This is cool too, because it means is that if you're going to do your deployment, you can do it on trial licenses and it moves to paid afterwards. That's how Microsoft partners sometimes do this. They deploy the solutions on trials and then convert to paid. So how to deploy Power Pages in Teams? There are two ways. We can either deploy as a tab or deploy as a personal app. Before I show you either of these options, what I'm going to first do is that the first step, what we would do in reality is actually deploy our Power Page. So if I kind of come and I actually go, let me just go and get the page for it. Okay, so make.powerpages.microsoft.com. I'm going to put this page in. If we haven't deployed a Power Page at all, we will actually go to a page in order to be able to log on and add it as a trial. But as you can see here, I've already done that, and it's saying to me, welcome, Chris. Now, the site that we're actually going to put into Teams has already been deployed. I've already deployed it because it means is that you won't have to wait any time in this session for it to deploy. But I'm going to show you how to deploy a Power Page. It's very simple. We go to create a site, and then we choose a template. We then wait for this box this purple box, choose the template. We then put in a name for the site, and it will check to make sure that the URL can be provisioned, and then we click done. That's all it takes. It's it's a simple GUI experience, and then that's going to go off and it's going to deploy our page. As said, the one that we're actually going to be using today, so it's all set up, is already there. And you know what? We've called it Biz Summit, bizsummit.powerappsportals.com. We can see that it's all ready to go, because if I open up a new tab, there we go. The Power Page is already rendering. Nothing's been changed on that because we don't need to do that as part of this session, but we do need to ensure that before we surface it in Teams, that we can see that Power Page externally. So we're all ready to really kind of discuss at this point how we deploy as a tab or we deploy as a personal app. Let's pick option one, deploy as a tab. I'm going to go inside my Teams environment. Here I go, I'm in Teams. Here is my team, and below it, I've got three types of channels. I've got a public channel, a private channel, and a shared channel. Now, if I want to surface that Power Page within here, I pick the channel, I click to add a new tab, I search for the website app, and then I'm going to call that website app Biz Summit. I put in my URL, and I click save. There we go. The Power Page is in Microsoft Teams. I'm going to do it again for the private channel. Here we go. I'm going to do it now for the shared channel, and you can tell the differences between the icons next to the channel. Now you might say, why am I doing this 3 times? It's important to me that everything that I say kind of bears some form of reality. So I wanted to show you right here, right now, that this can be done in every kind of channel and is supported within Microsoft Teams. So that is deploying, okay, as a tab. Everything is supported with inside Microsoft Teams. That might be easy. But what we're going to move on to is we're going to move on to deploying as a personal app. Now, what is a personal app? A personal app is what sits in the left-hand rail of Teams. As you can see, look, I'm going to show you. I've set one up earlier. So I can access straight off of the rail my Power Page and get to it. This has advantages because if we put them in Teams, that Power Page is only surfaced and accessible to specific types of teams. But it means is that we have to go and create tabs all the way through outside our environment. And we always talk about team sprawl and things getting complex. This increases the complexity. Here, if we're adding it as a personal app, every user inside our organization that has what we call the app setup policy will be able to see this Power Page and select it from the right-hand side. Now, imagine if we've also got other Power Platform. Imagine we've got Power BI there or Power Automate. That is what we're talking about. Our Power Page can sit right next door, one click into our Power Page and into the content that we need. So how is it that we kind of do this? How do we get this into Microsoft Teams? We cannot just simply go, there's no app from Microsoft, so we have to go and create our own. Now, the first step of this is to go and deploy that Power Page. As you see, I've already done that. I've created my Biz App Power Page. That is ready to go. So step one, we've already done in this session. This moves on to step 2, which is creating the app in Teams. So we have to create that app from scratch. And there's 2 parts, the developer portal in Teams and Azure AD, and we need to work between the 2. So let's get going on this, because this is probably the longest part of the session. So here I am, okay, inside Microsoft Teams. I click on the 3 little buttons and I select the developer portal. If you can't find it or can't see it there, just simply type in developer and then click and select the developer portal. Now, here you will see a lot of tabs along the top. App Studio has been retired. If you try to access it, it'll be all grayed out. So what we have to do is we have to go and start with apps. Now, that one that you've just seen that I've already deployed, that's that app right there. We're going to create one completely from scratch. So I'm going to create a new app. I'm going to call this Biz Summit. So this is going to be my Biz Summit app. I'm going to click add. I'm going to be taken to a page where it starts almost a kind of wizard in order to be able to create that. It's not quite a wizard because it doesn't go linear throughout the steps, but it's almost there. It kind of approximates it. So the first thing that I start out with is my name of my app, which is Biz Summit, and I would give it a full name, which is Biz App Summit 2022. I have what I call the app ID. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to save it in my notepad because we might need that later. It's always good to have the reference to the app ID. Here we go. I'm just going to pop it right there. Now, description, we will give it a high-level description. Power Page app for my organization. Very simple. You can put whatever you want in here, and the same goes with a long description, but they need to be different. So once we've done that, okay, we set the version of the app. Almost in all cases, it's 1.0.0. We don't need to change that. I put in the name of my organization. I'm going to call my organization Metaverse 1. I then give a website address, a URL. As an organization who's creating this Power Page, we should have this. So I'm going to call this metaverse-1.rocks because that's the website of our conference. I'm going to then put in the privacy and the terms of use. Again, these have to be filled in. So I'm going to put in here just /privacy under the terms of use /terms. And now we come to the first time that we have to use Azure AD. This is called the client ID, and we need to get this from Azure AD. We cannot get this through Microsoft Teams. So let me just come out to Azure AD. This is what we need, which is the app ID, but how do we actually get to it? Well, we click on Enterprise Applications, we remove all the filters, and then we put in the name of our Power Page. And you will see there it will be referring to its old name Portals, and then we'll have the name. You can see there's one that I deployed earlier. And this is the app ID that we actually take. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to pop that there. I'm going to pop that into my app as well. So here we go. Now, before I save and move on to the next page, I need to kind of configure and get what's called the API URL. I'm going to click here, okay, on the name. I'm going to then click single sign-on. I'm going to then click this link here, which will take me to another page. Taking its time to load up. I might have to refresh the page and try to do this again. Let's see if it. Okay. Gonna try this again. Let's see if it takes some time. Let's come out, go back into Azure AD. Thing about live portals is that I think all of us as speakers have this. We as we're doing this live, we always take the risk of latency within the portal. So I'm just going to find that app again, which is Biz Summit. Okay. Portal is having issues. Awesome. Let's see if we can find it again. Now it's actually gone through. If not, we'll refer back. I have got the API, but I just wanted to show you for this session. Here we go. We go to single sign-on. Let's hope this loads. So here we go. We then go down to expose an API. So this is where we want to go, and this is what we need. We need this application ID URI. We would copy that to the clipboard. We would also put it here as well. Okay. And there we go. That looks good. Now, what we want to make sure, okay, is that for our client ID, okay, that the client ID should show here. If it's not, then you should need to add it. Now, the reason we're doing this is because when, okay, we deploy the app, and after we've deployed the app, we need the app to render within inside the app. By configuring single sign-on for our app, this will make sure it authenticates and it renders correctly. So now that we've done this, okay, we can move on to the next step. Let's go back into Microsoft Teams. We save. We've got our app ID in there. We've got our URLs. We've got our developer information. We've got everything we need of that basic information. We can then choose to brand if we want. This is the important part in terms of defining it as a personal app. So there's many things that we can build in App Studio, but today we're building a personal app. Create your first personal app tab. I'll give it a name. Okay. Call it Biz Summit. We've got an entity ID. Now in App Studio, we'd have to generate our own, but it generates today. We take the URL of the site, which is bizsummit.powerappsportals.com, and then we put it in the content URL. We do not need to put anything in the website URL. We confirm that, and then we save, and then we can add another personal app if we want at the same time. If we go back to that app features, we should now see, this is what you should see. You should see a personal app up the top, and this is important. We'll go back and we'll check this after we've saved all the information. We don't need to worry about the permissions. We can leave that blank. Here is where that application ID URI comes in. That's where we need to put this in. Okay, so we expose that URI, we click save. That info has now been updated. In terms of languages, we can set the language here. In terms of the domain, we create our domain and then add the domain of the Power Portal. So we don't need to include the HTTPS, it's just bizsummit.powerappsportals.com, and then we click add. Now, that's been added successfully. So let's just scroll through all that again. We've got our basic information. I scroll down here. Okay. We've got our branding. We've got our app features. Now, look, here we can see that this has disappeared. So if this disappears for some reason, we need to re-add it. Now, I called this Biz Summit. I don't know why it does this. But if I was to go ahead and just deploy that app, okay, then I would have a kind of problem because not all the information would be there, and that would have problems later on. So I've got so just check over a few times and make sure that you've got this. It's really important because if I push this up into Microsoft Teams and some of this isn't there, that's not going to work. So remember, basic information, setting as a personal app, the single sign-on with the URI, and the domain. Once we have those things, we can then publish to the organization. Okay. I now can publish my app. This will take a bit of time. So look, version 1.0.0. Now with the belts and braces approach, okay, what I want, would like people to do is go to home and then go to apps and then double check it again. So within Biz Summit, click on the information and just sanity check that all the information that we put in is there. It's the personal app is there, the API, the single sign-on is there, and the domain is there. Because that will be the difference between a successful deployment. It's failed, and I did this several times, and I got it wrong. This is just picking up on good practice. So the app is now submitted to our admin to install inside our environment. And if I jump into the Teams Admin Center and I go to Manage Apps, I'm just going to do a refresh on this because this has been open a while. So here we go. If I go to Manage Apps and I click on Biz Summit, you will see it's there. It's been submitted, but it's been blocked because the admin needs to authorize it before we can just put it in our environment. Normally they're the one and the same person, but it could be two different people. What we need to do before we actually deploy into Teams is we need to replace what's called the X-frame entity then that's within the site settings of the Power Page. This is like the final piece of the puzzle. I spent a lot of time trying to find out what it was that stopped Power Page's rendering with inside, and that is because we need to replace this with something called a content security policy. Inside Power Apps, right, make.powerapps.com, this is where we need to go. And when you do this, make sure that you've got the right environment, otherwise you won't see it. We need to see, if I refresh this, our apps, okay. We then have Biz Summit. So you can see here, we click on the three buttons for Biz Summit, which is our Power Page. And then we click on Settings. And then we click on Site Settings in the flyout. Once we click on the site settings and the flyout, we've got these active site settings. Now we need to go to I think it's maybe page 5. And scroll down. Okay, maybe it's page 6. There we go. We need to go, okay. If you've not deployed, if you've not done this previously for any kind of Power Pages, what you need to make sure is that rather than the X-frame options and same origin, what you need to ensure is that you put in a content security policy with this value in it, frame ancestors self, with the Microsoft Team URL in it. And that needs to go against the default portal template. If you do not do this, then it will not render. So this is something that we absolutely have to do. So I'm just going to give you an example. On the default portal template, click it and then replace it. Replace the X-frame options with the content security policy. And then you put in this frame ancestors self https teams.microsoft.com. So you're replacing the same origin, and then you click save and close. So that is kind of the final action before we push this into Microsoft Teams. I go back to the Teams Admin Center. I then click on the app. I then publish. Now, we're taking a bit of a risk at this point doing a live demo because it can be a few hours before the app actually appears. Most of the time it's okay, but those should be all the steps in order to be able to do it. But you don't know until you kind of test. So I'm just going to refresh Teams. I'm going to see if the app shows up. So if I click on the 3 dots, okay, I can try and find it here, but I can go to apps within Teams and it might be here. It's not showing yet. This is there. Nope, still not showing yet. Let's see if it comes in here. Here we go. It's showing. I don't know if this is the one. I deployed one earlier. Yeah, I deployed one earlier. That's the one, but it's because I haven't logged out before I've logged back in. Let me see if I can refresh again or potentially log out and log back in. And then we'll see if our app finally decides to come into our environment. So give me a second. I'll close this down. I'll come out completely. Okay. Okay. I'm going to launch a new window. login.microsoftonline.com. I'm going to take some test credentials, what I'm using. I'll reset the password as soon as I finish this demo. And then I sign in. I always have to keep some creds around because of exactly because of things like this. I'm just going to multi-factor authentication into my environment. So this should be a completely new session. Again, it might turn up, it might not. If it's not, we're going to have to go through and just try going to teams.microsoft.com. Okay, here we go. So here we are in Teams. Let's see if the app shows up. Again, it might not. Okay, if I go to built for my org, look, it's there. I've got the ability to now add. If I add, it's just waiting. While we're waiting on that, let's go to the and see if it can here. Let's see if it's locked out. Okay. Yes, it has, but it's kind of which one? Power page for our organization. No, that's the other one. There we go. Look, there it is. Biz Summit, Biz Summit. It will come through. It might be taking a little bit of time to propagate on the web. But look, there it is. There is our Biz Summit app that we have inside our Power page. You know, look, there it is. There's the web version, just so that I've got it in everything and I can show you. So that's quite risky stuff. We've gone through from beginning to end, and now we've got our Power page. We can deploy it in a tab. We can deploy it in a personal app to our organization or our customers. So to sum up, in about just over kind of half an hour, 40 minutes, we've shown how you can deploy that Power page as a tab inside Microsoft Teams. You can deploy it in a public channel, a private channel, or a shared channel. We can deploy it as a personal app. We go through a series of stages. We deploy the Power page first of all. We create the personal app, and remember, we use the developer portal, but we need the information from Azure AD, and in Azure AD we need to configure single sign-on and then put that Azure AD information into the app when we're creating it. and that app has to have all that information. It needs, okay, the client ID, which we took a note of. So if I scroll up here, we need that client ID. We need that URI exposing that API. We need those things in order for it to be able to work properly and for it to be able to render. We replace the HTTP X-frame settings in Power Apps. We actually do that. So we create that content security policy. You might need to go back and watch the recording to capture the screenshot of that. But also as well, I'll provide this deck which has the screenshot in it. And then we can finally deploy the app. I was pretty lucky there because it can take up to a couple of hours for that app to actually show inside the environment, and it showed in both the web app and in the desktop client after the space of about 5 minutes. I had to log back out and log back in, but it just doesn't happen immediately. That can be challenging for presentations like this. So to finish off the call to action, number 1, try deploying into Teams today. I hope I've shown you the way to do it correctly. I hope that opens string for you, and I'd love to hear if what you did it correctly. Number 2, whether an alternative to SharePoint or Viva, get feedback from users regarding the experience from your customers as well, and use both inside your environment. It's very quick to do SharePoint, and you get templates. It's out the box. That might be what you need. But if you've got Fusion teams, if you've got those makers and those pro devs together, and you want to create, a really high impact site to have with inside Microsoft Teams, then Power Pages is the way to go. Number 3, use the experience to deploy for customers into their hub for teamwork. Because get this, once you deploy the Power Page, that is shown, kind of externally, right? Okay. Once you know how to do it once, you can do it again and again for your customers. I've shown you how to do it with inside the space of 30 to 40 minutes, assuming that you have the prerequisites to hand. It doesn't take long in order to be able to do, but it's something that's high impact. The customer can say, wow, that's our site, or that's my partner's site inside my team's environment. Returning to the outcomes, first of all, we looked at the why. There's lots of reasons. We want to have it in our kit bag that sits alongside SharePoint and Viva connections. We have seen, and there are great Power Pages out there. We want them in Microsoft Teams. By doing it as a personal app, this is consistent with all other, or most of the other Power Platform services within inside the environment. But I hope we achieved our outcome, which is to learn how to install and render Power Pages in Microsoft Teams. This was a level 300 advanced session. We focused on the Microsoft Teams and the deploying, the customizing. Your Fusion team can go into the Power Page portal and then go and do it that end. And of course, now we've got it deployed within Teams, it's going to go and show there. The demo, 60 to 70%, I would probably say 70% given the time, and it's valid for 4 weeks. Look, Microsoft has always said they might come along and they might develop an app themselves and just put it inside the environment. That's what happened with Viva Connections and SharePoint, right? And I truly hope that's the case, because, I don't want to spend 30 to 40, minutes necessarily if I'm doing a lot of these jobs. I'd love to just deploy the app straight out of the Teams admin center. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know of anything on the roadmap, and Microsoft haven't committed to anything like that. But maybe they'll see this session, and maybe they'll think, yeah, look, we can do this. But this gives you the opportunity to do it now, should you want. So I hope you've enjoyed the session. I hope you have a good Biz Summit, and I hope it's everything that you thought it would be. In fact, I know it is, because I know the organizers personally, and they're great people. They care about their, the people that they work with, and they care about the attendees of their conference. Thanks ever so much to the organizers and the sponsors. As I said, reach out with any questions. You can do so over LinkedIn or over Twitter. You can follow me on there, or alternatively, contact the organizers and get them to send it through to me. Thank you ever so much, and have a great day.
Inventing the new world of business applications. A long time ago, in the ancient prehistoric days, the world of business applications was very different from how we know it today. To understand the great evolution of these applications, we must take a long journey, a journey back in time. Findings prove the presence of inchoate and degenerate off-the-shelf products, just as vast numbers of overcomplicated individual development. The modern developed business application was nowhere to be found. And then, out of the midst of chaos, 100% customized unique business solutions emerged that run on the robust Oriana low-code platform with no vendor deadlock. Based on a low-code foundation, by fine-tuning and snapping the application blocks together, business applications began to be built faster and at lower cost than ever before. The era of the Oriana ecosystem thus began. With a growing partner network across Europe, Oriana evolved from being a hands-on low-code, no-code tool to an enterprise-grade platform. A community of software developer, commercial, and ISV partners are relying now on the platform to distribute and develop scalable, future-proof solutions. With the help of the continuously growing Oriana content library, customizable applications can be created according to business needs and fine-tuned with the many ready-to-use application blocks. Oriana Studio, the integrated developer tool, doesn't even require in-depth coding knowledge, still enabling rapid application building and modification for consultants and developers alike. Customized prototypes are presented as soon as the first meeting. Ask for your own. Join Oriana's unique world.
Dicen que el aleteo de las alas de una mariposa se puede sentir al otro lado del mundo. Eso significa que algo que hagamos hoy puede tener consecuencias más allá de cualquier frontera, más allá del tiempo. Las personas con enfermedades raras o sin diagnóstico somos el paradigma del efecto mariposa. Pese a que las familias estamos lejos unas de otras, los retos que nos unen pesan más que cualquier distancia. Ese primer aleteo lo marcaron las personas que se unieron y crearon la primera organización de enfermedades raras de Europa. Gracias a este primer paso, surgieron los primeros marcos legislativos de enfermedades raras. La onda de este aleteo llegó a España, motivando después el nacimiento de FEDER, la Federación Española de Enfermedades Raras. Y con ello surgieron las primeras iniciativas para dar respuesta a las familias. También llegó la primera ponencia en el Senado que instaba a crear la Estrategia de Enfermedades Raras que llegaría en 2009. Una hoja de ruta que se publicó en paralelo a nuestro primer estudio en serio, que cuantificaba nuestros retos: diagnóstico, tratamiento y atención sociosanitaria. Los ecos volverían a resonar en Europa, con la creación de las redes europeas de referencia, siguiendo la Directiva de Asistencia Transfronteriza. Una vez habíamos sentado las bases de nuestra acción en Europa, desde nuestro país nos abrimos camino para volar, hacia Iberoamérica y todo el mundo. Por fin, ese primer aleteo, después de años, nos permitió llegar a la sede de la ONU en Nueva York. Y llegó hasta nuestros días, con la resolución de la ONU en enfermedades raras. ¿Y ahora qué? No podemos predecir el futuro, pero podemos ser ese aleteo, esa chispa que deriva en grandes cosas. ¿Os imagináis las buenas noticias que podríamos compartir en 2030?
Soñamos con un futuro en el que la inversión en investigación en enfermedades raras se multiplica. Se reduce el retraso diagnóstico a menos de un año. Existen tratamientos eficaces y seguros para la mayoría de las enfermedades raras. La experiencia clínica compartida ya es una realidad dentro y fuera de nuestras fronteras. Se consolida un modelo de atención integral innovador que cubre las necesidades sociosanitarias. Las personas con enfermedades raras logran un pleno desarrollo y participación social. Creemos que este futuro que imaginamos es posible.
Inventing the New World of Business Applications. A long time ago, in the ancient prehistoric days, the world of business applications was very different from how we know it today. To understand the great evolution of these applications, we must take a long journey, a journey back in time. Findings prove the presence of inchoate and degenerate off-the-shelf products, just as vast numbers of overcomplicated individual development. The modern developed business application was nowhere to be found. And then, out of the midst of chaos, 100% customized unique business solutions emerged that run on the robust Oriana low-code platform with no vendor deadlock. Based on a low-code foundation, by fine-tuning and snapping the application blocks together, business applications began to be built faster and at lower cost than ever before. The era of the Oriana ecosystem thus began. With a growing partner network across Europe, Oriana evolved from being a hands-on low-code, no-code tool to an enterprise-grade platform. A community of software developer, commercial, and ISV partners are relying now on the platform to distribute and develop scalable, future-proof solutions. With the help of the continuously growing Oriana content library, customizable applications can be created according to business needs and fine-tuned with the many ready-to-use application blocks. Oriana Studio, the integrated developer tool, doesn't even require in-depth coding knowledge, still enabling rapid application building and modification for consultants and developers alike. Customized prototypes are presented as soon as the first meeting. Ask for your own. Join Oriana's unique world.
Dicen que el aleteo de las alas de una mariposa se puede sentir al otro lado del mundo. Eso significa que algo que hagamos hoy puede tener consecuencias más allá de cualquier frontera, más allá del tiempo. Las personas con enfermedades raras o sin diagnóstico somos el paradigma del efecto mariposa. Pese a que las familias estamos lejos unas de otras, los retos que nos unen pesan más que cualquier distancia. Ese primer aleteo lo marcaron las personas que se unieron y crearon la primera organización de enfermedades raras de Europa. Gracias a este primer paso, surgieron los primeros marcos legislativos de enfermedades raras. La onda de este aleteo llegó a España, motivando después el nacimiento de FEDER, la Federación Española de Enfermedades Raras. Y con ello surgieron las primeras iniciativas para dar respuesta a las familias. También llegó la primera ponencia en el Senado que instaba a crear la estrategia de enfermedades raras que llegaría en 2009. Una hoja de ruta que se publicó en paralelo a nuestro primer estudio en serio, que cuantificaba nuestros retos, diagnóstico, tratamiento y atención sociosanitaria. Los ecos volverían a resonar en Europa, con la creación de las redes europeas de referencia, siguiendo la Directiva de Asistencia Transfronteriza. Una vez habíamos sentado las bases de nuestra acción en Europa, desde nuestro país nos abrimos camino para volar, hacia Iberoamérica y todo el mundo. Por fin, ese primer aleteo, después de años, nos permitió llegar a la sede de la ONU en Nueva York. Y llegó hasta nuestros días, con la resolución de la ONU en enfermedades raras. ¿Y ahora qué? No podemos predecir el futuro, pero podemos ser ese aleteo, esa chispa que deriva en grandes cosas. ¿Os imagináis las buenas noticias que podríamos compartir en 2030?
Soñamos con un futuro en el que la inversión en investigación en enfermedades raras se multiplica. Se reduce el retraso diagnóstico a menos de un año. Existen tratamientos eficaces y seguros para la mayoría de las enfermedades raras. La experiencia clínica compartida ya es una realidad dentro y fuera de nuestras fronteras. Se consolida un modelo de atención integral, innovador, que cubre las necesidades sociosanitarias. Las personas con enfermedades raras logran un pleno desarrollo y participación social. Creemos que este futuro que imaginamos es posible.
Buen día a todos, bienvenidos a este Bit Summit España 2022. Es un gusto poder estar acá impartiendo esta charla. Mi nombre es Raúl Sao, soy de Guatemala y estaremos hablando sobre cómo transformar datos fácilmente con Power Query. Normalmente nosotros cuando usamos Power Query o cuando aprendemos a utilizarlo nos enseñan cómo conectarnos a archivos de texto, archivos de Excel o cómo conectarnos a base de datos. Ya en la práctica, nosotros que cuando lo utilizamos normalmente tenemos un perfil de usuarios de negocio. ¿Qué pasa con este usuario de negocio? Los usuarios de negocio no tienen acceso muchas veces a los datos directamente, a poder conectarse a la base de datos, a conocer el esquema, a bajar archivos en un formato ya para poder utilizarlo directamente en nuestro Power BI para analizar datos. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? ¿Qué es lo que nosotros tenemos para trabajar? Lo que vamos a tener son, por ejemplo, archivos que nos proporcionan en una carpeta y estos van cambiando según la fecha. Es algo común que se mira que cuando nos proveen de información o informes que nos genera nuestro sistema. ¿Verdad? Ya informes formateados, digamos, para un formato tipo impresión para que nosotros presentemos y ese va a ser nuestro insumo para que nosotros trabajemos con Power BI para poder trabajar y cargar los datos. Entonces nosotros acá en esta charla vamos a ver cómo podemos moldear, cómo podemos cargar estos datos con estos casos que nos pasan en la vida real. Continuando, vamos a agradecer a los patrocinadores que gracias a ellos se llevan estos eventos que ayudan mucho a la comunidad para poder trasladar todo este conocimiento. Aquí estamos los del grupo platino, las del grupo oro y las del grupo plata. Para que me conozcan un poco, yo soy Raúl Sao, soy de Guatemala, trabajo como consultor de inteligencia de negocios, ya llevo más de 15 años trabajando en esta área para diferentes giros de empresa, ahí podemos verlo. También soy instructor certificado de Microsoft, siempre en temas de inteligencia de negocios, todo lo relacionado a lo que es análisis de datos. También participo como expositor en varios eventos. Aquí pueden ver los eventos en donde participo. Y tengo varias certificaciones sobre los temas que trato. Continuando con la agenda, vamos a ver lo que vamos a tocar en esta charla. Esto es lo que vamos a mostrar. Vamos a ver cómo podemos combinar archivos desde un folder ya para que nosotros lo podamos trabajar. También la carga de datos de un reporte de Excel. Esto es no un archivo de datos, sino ya un informe que generamos. Podría ser que ya un reporte nos lo genere y vamos a extraer la información para poder ya trabajarla en Power BI. También carga de datos desde página web. Muchas veces necesitamos integrar información desde sitios externos para poder trabajarlos en nuestro modelo. Esto es lo que vamos a estar viendo en esta charla. Continuando, vamos a ver nuestro primer caso. Miremos, es cuando tenemos archivos en un folder. Muchas veces a nosotros nos trasladan la información y tiene un prefijo al final, que va a ser la fecha. Puede ser el mes, el día, así como lo vemos acá. Y día a día nos van trasladando estos archivos. Entonces nosotros tenemos que trabajar con esto para poder unirlo y que tengamos solo un archivo de datos en nuestro Power BI ya para poder analizarlo. Y cada día, pues esto va a ir incrementándose según los días que nosotros tengamos. Inclusive, nosotros podemos tener varias carpetas con diferente año. Ahí lo que nosotros hacemos es copiamos todo lo que, toda la transformación que nosotros hemos hecho y se la aplicamos a otra carpeta, ¿verdad? Ya tenemos todos los pasos que hay que realizar. Algo importante con esto es que nosotros debemos mantener la misma estructura en todos los archivos. Si algún archivo cambia, pues nos va a dar error cuando nosotros lo estemos transformando. Entonces es algo de lo que nosotros tenemos que tener cuidado. Cuando nosotros transformamos, vamos a agarrar un archivo de ejemplo, se agarra un archivo y a este es en donde nosotros aplicamos todas las transformaciones. Y ya con esto se lo aplica a todos los archivos y ya nos lo va a consolidar en una sola consulta. Al final tenemos solo un resultado donde tenemos la combinación de todos estos archivos. Bueno, vamos a verlo ahorita en la práctica. Voy a mostrar la carpeta que vamos a utilizar para realizar esta demostración. Y aquí tenemos los archivos CSV. Tenemos archivos de un año, diferentes días para un mes determinado. Y así podemos tener para diferentes años organizados en diferentes carpetas. Eso es lo que vamos a tener. Bueno, ahora ¿cómo vamos a cargar esto a Power BI de una manera sencilla? Voy a trasladar acá nuestro Power BI que ya tenemos. Y vamos a ver en obtener datos. Aquí en obtener datos le vamos a dar más para obtener más opciones de carga. Aquí esperemos a que nos muestre las opciones. Vamos a esperar un momento. Acá nos va a mostrar los diferentes tipos de orígenes de datos que nosotros podemos utilizar. Vamos a ver acá. Aquí tenemos, en todo tenemos carpeta. Vamos a seleccionar carpeta y le vamos a dar conectar. Esperemos. Aquí está la opción ya de la carpeta y nos pide que la coloquemos aquí. Le vamos a dar examinar. Voy a seleccionarla, esta de los archivos. Ok. Y le doy aceptar. Aquí vamos. Nos va a salir las opciones que tiene para cargar los datos. Aquí tenemos los archivos que encontró. Y aquí abajo pueden ver que tenemos las diferentes opciones. Si queremos transformar datos, vamos directamente a transformar. Si queremos cargar o si queremos combinar. En nuestro caso queremos combinar estos archivos. Pero aparte de combinarlos, queremos hacer una transformación. Sí, vamos también a transformar datos. Entonces vamos a darle combinar y transformar. Para que nos muestre la pantalla de Power Query para poder adicionar más transformaciones. Veremos acá. Aquí nos muestra cómo va a combinar y qué archivo va a tomar de ejemplo para relacionar todos los demás archivos. Importante, recordemos lo que les había mencionado, que deben tener la misma estructura. Si algún archivo tuviera algún problema, nosotros podemos chequear aquí abajo, omitir archivo con errores, para que el proceso continúe. Solo no aplique ese archivo y siga con los demás. Entonces le damos a aceptar. Aquí en aceptar, ya que configuramos cómo va a ser esa combinación de los archivos, nos va a mostrar la pantalla de Power Query. Vamos a ver dónde la tiene. Creo que queda atrás. Aquí está. Vamos a ver, aquí está ya. Déjenme mostrársela. Aquí está. Pueden ver que tenemos las opciones que estamos manejando. O sea, toda la parte de combinación que él hizo. Esto es de la forma automática, todo lo que generó. Y al final tenemos el resultado de esa combinación. A esto nosotros vamos a aplicarle combinaciones. Pueden ver que en la primera columna nosotros tenemos el nombre del archivo. Muchas veces el nombre del archivo tiene algo descriptivo que nos puede servir para clasificar la información. En este caso, trae la fecha. Aunque nosotros tengamos la fecha en la columna, yo la voy a extraer a nivel de ejercicio, pero muchas veces tenemos, por ejemplo, por país. archivos por país. Entonces, de acá podemos sacar de qué país es la información que estamos cargando o algún segmento de mercado, por ejemplo. Entonces, va a estar acá. Entonces, para hacerlo de manera fácil, vamos a cambiarle el nombre. En este caso, voy a extraer la fecha. Le doy botón derecho sobre el encabezado y le vamos a dar cambiar de nombre. Aquí está abajo. Le vamos a colocar, en este caso, fecha. Y luego lo que vamos a hacer es reemplazar estos datos. Realmente lo que vamos a hacer es dejar un texto vacío. Entonces vamos a hacer botón derecho y vamos a usar la opción de reemplazar los valores. Acá vamos a reemplazar Internet Sales y lo vamos a dejar vacío en la parte de abajo. Ya quitamos la primera porción y luego la terminación del archivo. Otra vez botón derecho, reemplazar los valores y le damos .csv. Aceptar. Aquí estamos. Y también yo voy a querer una columna que solo tenga el año y el mes. O sea, vamos a extraer esa porción. Lo que voy a hacer entonces es duplicar la columna para trabajar con ella. Entonces le doy botón derecho y le damos duplicar. Aquí vamos a encontrar duplicar columna. Ya la tenemos aquí. Luego a esta lo que vamos a hacer es dividir la columna. Una vez más le damos botón derecho y aquí está dividir la columna y por el número de caracteres vamos a utilizar. Entonces sabemos que son 6 caracteres y queremos de izquierda a derecha, o sea que lo haga a la posición de izquierda y solo lo haga una vez. Le damos a eso, nos va a dividir la columna. Miremos. Aquí ya tenemos, pueden ver. Esta que tiene el día, pues no me interesa. Le damos botón derecho, quitar. Y en esta de acá, le vamos a dar cambiar el nombre. Y aquí le vamos a poner año mes. Aquí estamos. Luego, a esta le vamos a poner su formato, la marcamos. Y en la parte de tipos de datos, le vamos a colocar fecha. Aquí estamos. Ya con esto podemos regresar a nuestro Power BI y ver cómo hace la combinación de los datos. Cerrar y aplicar. Esperamos un momento en lo que aplica toda la combinación de los archivos, que es lo que tiene que realizar, y luego aplicar los cambios que nosotros le agregamos. Entonces con esto nosotros también personalizamos esa combinación de archivos, ya para aplicar lo que nosotros necesitamos. Vamos a esperar a que cargue. Ahí está cargando los datos del modelo. Tenemos los archivos, ahí nos va mostrando los archivos. Y ahí ya terminó la carga. Esperemos un momento. Aquí ya lo tenemos. Ya nos van a aparecer las columnas de nuestro archivo ya combinado. Aquí están. Si nos vamos al área de datos, ya vamos a tener la información cargada. Esperemos un momento. Aquí está. Voy a marcarlo para cambiar el formato de la fecha. La vamos a colocar en una fecha corta. Aquí ya lo tenemos. Ya se puede visualizar. Y si miramos los datos, pues tenemos los diferentes días para el mes, ¿verdad? Aquí tenemos todavía uno de febrero. Le damos cancelar. Y ya tenemos nuestra información consolidada para poder trabajar con ella. Pero ¿qué sucede ya en la vida real? Luego el siguiente año puede ser que tengamos otra carpeta con más información. O diferentes meses, dependiendo cómo nosotros estamos creando las diferentes carpetas. Entonces, tenemos que agregar esas nuevas carpetas a la carga de datos. Entonces, ¿cómo lo hacemos de una manera fácil? Vamos a trasladarnos a transformar datos una vez más. Digamos que ya cambiamos de año y necesitamos cargar la nueva carpeta. Lo que vamos a hacer acá es utilizar la consulta que ya realizamos. Recordemos que ya toda la configuración la tenemos hecha. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Sobre la consulta que ya tenemos, le damos botón derecho y le vamos a dar duplicar, porque queremos hacer lo mismo. Aquí están duplicados. Le voy a cambiar nombre. Vamos a cambiarle y acá le vamos a poner los archivos 2012. Aquí estamos. Ahora lo que tenemos que hacer es redireccionar hacia la nueva carpeta. Entonces tenemos aquí en los pasos aplicados el origen. Miremos el origen. Voy a darle clic al origen y luego acá selecciono acá la opción del engranaje para que me muestre el origen que tenemos configurado. Lo voy a cambiar. Entonces voy a escoger el 2012. Ok. Y le doy a aceptar. Ahí prácticamente va a leer los nuevos archivos del nuevo origen. Aquí ya podemos trasladar todos los pasos que tiene hasta llegar al final. Aquí ya tenemos. Pueden ver que aquí ya tenemos 2012 en la columna de fecha. Ahora, cada uno de estos son consultas que están separadas. Entonces vamos a aprovechar la funcionalidad de Power Query de anexar. O sea, vamos a unir estas dos, una después de otra. Eso es anexar. Entonces acá tenemos en la parte de arriba, aquí en inicio, anexar consultas. Y vamos a hacer una nueva. O sea, vamos a anexar, pero vamos a crear una nueva consulta. Aquí nos va a salir las opciones de configuración. Es donde vamos a anexar, o sea que después de la primera consulta le agregue los datos de la otra tabla. Aquí estamos, la segunda tabla, va a ser las CSV files, aquí está, nos une estas dos y le damos a aceptar. Aquí ya tenemos la consulta de anexar que nos está uniendo estas dos. Luego le vamos a dar cambiar nombre y realmente esto ¿qué es? Son las ventas. Si lo dejamos así como está, lo que va a hacer es cargarnos también estos datos. Y estos realmente no los necesitamos, sino lo que necesitamos solo es el de ventas, porque aquí ya se unió toda la información. Entonces a esto le damos botón derecho y le quitamos habilitar carga. O sea que esto no lo cargue en Power BI. Le damos continuar, ahí de verificación, y en el otro también. Botón derecho y le quitamos habilitar carga. Pueden ver que lo coloca de otra forma. Y al final solo vamos a tener ventas en Power BI. Entonces le damos cerrar y aplicar. Y esto nos va a actualizar ya los datos en Power BI. Aquí está aplicando los cambios. Esperemos un momento. Aquí están. Ya quitó la primera consulta porque le dijimos que no queríamos actualizar el informe. Entonces acá solo nos dejó ventas. Pueden ver, es la misma estructura, solo que con datos de dos carpetas. Vámonos aquí a los datos. Vamos a ver acá. Vamos a cambiar el formato. ¿Se acuerdan que cambiamos la consulta? Le vamos a colocar un formato corto de fecha. Aquí lo va a formatear. Y miremos. Aquí tenemos ya 2012 y 2011. Archivos que se cargaron de forma consolidada, o sea, se combinaron todos los archivos independientes en una sola consulta. Y luego que hicimos, agregar otra carpeta con el siguiente año para que nosotros sigamos analizando nuestra información según los datos que van cambiando o se van agregando. Si nosotros agregamos más archivos a esas carpetas, cuando le damos refresh, las va a tomar en cuenta, porque lo que estamos nosotros seleccionando es la carpeta. Con esto terminamos el ejercicio de poder combinar diferentes archivos en una sola consulta. Sigamos con el otro caso. Miremos, es cuando trabajamos reportes de Excel. ¿Qué pasa con los reportes de Excel? Estos ya traen un formato gráfico, traen gráficas, traen títulos, traen subtítulos, encabezados, totales, subtotales, y esto es el insumo para que nosotros podamos extraer información y trabajarla. ¿Qué pasa con esto también? Nosotros en nuestro modelo solo necesitamos registros como datos. Toda esta parte gráfica que ya han trabajado con el informe hay que eliminarlo. Entonces lo que vamos a aprender con Power Query es cómo poder hacer este formateo para ya dejar datos en forma tradicional para que los podamos trabajar. Revisemos el archivo de Excel que vamos a utilizar para esta demostración. Vamos a abrirlo. Aquí está. Vamos a ver que es un informe que ya está formateado y lo vamos a dejar listo para poder trabajar ya como un origen tradicional de datos. Miremos, aquí está. Miremos que tenemos varias categorías, tiene su propio formato cada categoría, tiene su encabezado, tiene un mini gráfico, tiene totales, también tiene totales al nivel de columna y tiene títulos. ¿Verdad? Un informe preformateado que nosotros ya tenemos en Excel. Esto lo vamos a convertir ya en información, si lo decimos así, tradicional para analizar los datos en Power BI. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer? Tenemos que quitar los encabezados, tenemos que quitar los totales y tenemos que quitar los meses que lo tenemos en una forma horizontal a vertical, ¿verdad? Que tengamos una línea por cada mes. Muy bien, eso es lo que vamos a hacer. Voy a traer mi Power BI. Aquí está. Aquí estamos con el Power BI, entonces vamos a ver cómo traer los datos. En primer lugar, vamos a utilizar el libro de Excel. Aquí ya lo tenemos nuestro archivo, nos vamos a seleccionar y lo vamos a abrir. Aquí ya vamos. Aquí tenemos nuestra hoja, la vamos a seleccionar. Aquí pueden ver que tiene ya una estructura muy diferente a lo que nosotros necesitamos. Vamos a usar Power Query para trasladar esta información a un formato ya tradicional. Acá vamos a seleccionar transformar datos. Aquí nos tiene que mostrar la pantalla de Power Query. Aquí ya la está cargando. Y vamos a tener el primer resultado. En primer lugar, tenemos que promovió los encabezados, que es algo que hace normalmente cuando importamos una hoja de Excel o un libro de trabajo. Vamos a quitar estas dos transformaciones que realizó. Quitamos esta. Vamos a quitar primero la de abajo. Luego esta. Y ya lo tenemos en forma normal. Miremos, No tenemos encabezados, tenemos 2 líneas de más. Aquí están los títulos que teníamos en cada área de la hoja de Excel. Pueden ver los totales. Al final también tenemos el total general. Aquí tenía los mini gráficos. Como es algo que no es compatible a nivel de datos, pues lo trae nulo. Entonces empecemos a trabajar. En primer lugar, tenemos que quitar estas 2 filas que no vamos a utilizar. Entonces aquí tenemos la opción en la parte de arriba, quitar filas. Y vamos a quitar las filas superiores. Aquí están. Vamos a quitar las 2 primeras filas. Damos 2, aceptar. Podemos ver que ya las quitó. Ahora ya tenemos los encabezados. Ya podemos promover los encabezados para que sean los títulos que tenemos en la primera fila. Eso lo vamos a tener aquí en transformar. Vamos a ir a transformar. Y vamos a colocar la opción de usar la primera fila como encabezado. Usar la primera fila. Aquí estamos. Pueden ver que ya va teniendo forma. Ya tenemos nuestros encabezados de todas nuestras columnas, aunque también tenemos filas que se repiten. Pueden ver. Vamos a quitar también a nivel de filas en inicio, quitar filas, las filas que están en blanco. Recordemos que en el Excel que teníamos tenemos una fila que está despacio y pueden ver que es esta que tenemos aquí en nulo. Siempre tenemos una dividiendo. Tenemos aquí en la 5, por ejemplo, en la 14, en la 23. Entonces, en quitar filas, podemos quitar filas en blanco. Le damos filas en blanco. Y ya va reduciendo. El formato ya empieza a tener una forma más tradicional. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer es al final quitarle estas 2 columnas. Porque no las necesitamos. Es la columna del total y la columna 15 que traía el mini gráfico. Le damos botón derecho, quitar. Ya lo tenemos. En este lado, una vez más, botón derecho, quitar. Pueden ver, ya tiene otro formato. Ahora, ¿qué necesitamos? Recordemos de que la categoría solo aparece como una tabla tradicional cuando nosotros hacemos nuestros informes en Excel. Solo lo colocamos una vez. Pero nosotros necesitamos fila por fila. Pueden ver acá. Entonces vamos a utilizar también otra opción que tenemos de rellenar las celdas. Entonces le vamos a dar botón derecho. Tenemos aquí rellenar y le vamos a dar así hacia abajo. Aquí está. Pueden ver, ya tenemos las descripciones de la categoría en las columnas o en las celdas que no tenía asignado el valor. Pueden ver. Aquí ya vamos mejorando ya la visualización de los datos. Pueden ver, tenemos siempre todavía adicional el total y la categoría. ¿Se acuerdan que estos son los totales de cada grupo? Y esto es el encabezado que tiene de más. Aquí tenemos 3 de más. Para quitar entonces estas filas que están de más, vamos a seleccionar acá en las opciones y le damos filtros de texto. Le vamos a dar, no empieza por, aquí está. Aquí lo tenemos, no comienza por, y le damos categoría. Categoría. Vamos a ver. Y la segunda opción, que no comience por la de totales. Aquí está. Le damos a aceptar. Pueden ver, ya se redujo. Ya tenemos, ya sin esas filas adicionales. Ahora, ¿qué necesitamos hacer? Necesitamos colocar a nivel vertical los meses y no horizontal como nosotros lo tenemos acá. Pueden ver, lo que necesitamos es quitar o transformar estas columnas y las vamos a colocar a nivel de filas. Entonces, ¿qué vamos a hacer aquí? Las vamos a marcar. Marcamos estas filas. Aquí lo tenemos hasta diciembre. Y en las opciones de transformar, hay una opción que dice anular dinamización de columnas. Vamos a anularlas, pero solo de las columnas que están seleccionadas. Le vamos a dar acá. Aquí pueden ver, ya lo tenemos de una forma vertical. Vamos a cambiar ahora el nombre del título. Vamos a cambiar el nombre. Vamos a marcar solo uno para que aparezca la opción. Tenemos que cambiar el nombre. A esto le vamos a colocar el mes. Y a esto le vamos a colocar las ventas. Le vamos a dar cambiar nombre. Ventas. Aquí ya lo tenemos. Y luego si vamos nosotros a anexar más adelante otros años, deberíamos colocar de qué año es. Entonces, para eso vamos a agregar una columna. Eso lo tenemos aquí en agregar columna y le vamos a dar columna personalizada. Aquí nos muestra cómo queremos crearla, si va a ser alguna fórmula. En este caso, para nuestra demostración, pues es un valor fijo. Entonces, al año le vamos a colocar el valor, que es el año 2015, si no estoy mal. Entonces le damos a aceptar. Y ya tenemos el año, tenemos las ventas, tenemos los diferentes meses ya a nivel de fila. Y con esto nosotros ya podemos trabajar ya nuestros análisis de datos. ¿Qué hicimos? Teníamos un archivo de Excel que venía formateado, algún informe que ya nosotros presentamos y necesitamos utilizar esa información. Aprovechamos todas las funcionalidades que tenemos en Power Query para poder llevarlo a datos ya tradicionales para el análisis, que son a nivel de registros, ¿verdad? La información la tenemos por fila. Luego, al final, le damos cerrar y aplicar. Le vamos a dar acá. Aquí lo va a cargar. Aquí está cargando la información a nuestro modelo. Vamos a esperar. Y aquí ya está. Pueden ver que aquí ya tenemos el año 2015. Tenemos el año de la categoría, si lo vemos a nivel de datos. Aquí está. Ya nos lo va a mostrar. Aquí ya nos apareció. Y podemos ver, tenemos las diferentes categorías. Voy a seleccionar acá. No tenemos ningún espacio nulo en blanco. Ya quitamos. ¿Se acuerdan que teníamos valores en nulo porque no estaban llenos? Ya con las opciones de Power Query pudimos colocarlo, rellenarlo y así ya lo podemos tener acá. Igual los meses ya lo tenemos nosotros de una manera vertical. ¿Pueden ver? Aquí está. Y las ventas y el año que nosotros colocamos. Con esto entonces nosotros podemos formatear. Muchas veces tenemos muchos informes que ya tenemos preparados y si queremos nosotros analizarlos en Power BI, tenemos que hacer todavía una manipulación de la información, o sea, volver a transformarlos manualmente. Entonces acá pueden ver que con Power Query nosotros tenemos las funcionalidades necesarias para poder quitar ese formato y transformarlo ya a la forma de registro que nosotros necesitamos de la información. Estamos ya con esta demostración ya de este caso de reporte de Excel. Vamos a pasar a nuestro último caso que vamos a ver, y es utilizar como fuente de datos los sitios web. Aquí es otra forma que nosotros podemos utilizar información que no está en nuestros ambientes tradicionales. Muchas veces nosotros necesitamos agregar información de algún sitio por información pública que necesitamos adicionar. Entonces utilizamos las URL de las páginas web. Lo que tenemos que saber, lo importante es que lo que nos va a reconocer Power BI son los formatos tipo tabla, así como lo vemos acá. Son estos formatos los que va a poder importar hacia nuestro modelo de Power BI. Tenemos también ya otra forma de utilizarlo, es por ejemplo todo el software que trabajamos bajo el modelo de servicio, en donde normalmente van a tener conectores, ¿verdad? O se van a comunicar a través de OData, que es un protocolo de comunicación, para poder extraer la información. Entonces nosotros nos conectamos a esos sitios que ya tienen información en línea a través de los OData y podemos traer lo que tienen habilitado. También tenemos opciones donde ya hay conectores directos, por ejemplo, para Dynamics 365 que nos podemos conectar, o Salesforce, o varios servicios que ya se ofrecen en línea. Y lo que necesitamos ahí, aparte de la URL, es el usuario y la clave para poder tener acceso. Realicemos esta demostración para ver cómo nosotros podemos conectarnos a estas diferentes fuentes de datos y agregarlos a nuestro Power BI. Miremos primero, vamos a ver las páginas web. Vamos a llamarlas acá y miremos la primera URL. Vamos a llamarla. Aquí pueden ver que tenemos un sitio web con información y tenemos un formato tipo tabla. Esto es lo que nos va a reconocer Power BI cuando nosotros colocamos una ubicación URL. Él busca en toda la página y lo que tiene formato tabla es lo que nos va a poder importar para que nosotros trabajemos en nuestro modelo. Si nosotros tenemos también servicios, que es otro tipo de conexión, que ahí utilizamos el OData. Vamos a ver ahorita algo de ese tipo. Aquí está el OData. Esto ya es un servicio que nos muestra la información. Ya muchas empresas a nivel de aplicaciones ya tienen este protocolo trabajando con sus servicios para poder compartir información. Si nosotros tenemos esto con algún cliente, con alguna empresa con la que trabajemos, pues podemos extraer esa información. También si tenemos software bajo servicio y ya están los conectores en Power BI, también vamos a poder utilizarlo. Entonces hagamos la demostración con este primero, donde vamos a importar a nuestro modelo esta información. Ya tengo acá un Power BI. Vamos a utilizarlo. Ya lo tenemos acá. Y vamos a ver en nuestras conexiones. Aquí tenemos obtener datos y pueden ver que tenemos la conexión web que nos permite importar de una página. También tenemos una fuente de OData, si tenemos, o si tenemos la ubicación o la URL donde estemos trabajando ya este protocolo. Vamos a irnos acá a más y vamos a ver los diferentes conectores que tenemos para los diferentes software bajo servicio y que podemos trabajar con Power BI. Vamos a esperar un momento a que salga. Aquí está. Y aquí podemos ver que tenemos los servicios en línea. Pueden ver que tenemos Dynamics 365 en línea, el Business Central. Tenemos varios conectores que nos permiten poder importar esa información y trabajar ya en Power BI, el Zendesk, que es un helpdesk. Aquí, para estos conectores o para que vamos a utilizar con los diferentes servicios, lo que se necesita es el usuario y la clave, además del URL para poder extraerlo. Muy bien, entonces lo que vamos a hacer es trabajar con nuestra página web para extraer la información que se encuentra en esa tabla. Vamos a empezar otra vez aquí en obtener datos para que lo ubiquemos. Para un acceso más rápido le damos web. Y acá nosotros lo que vamos a usar es la URL. Vamos a colocarla. Aquí la tenemos, le damos a aceptar. Luego nos va a mostrar las diferentes opciones que tenemos. Hay una opción avanzada también que nosotros podríamos trabajar para poder conectarnos. Ya acá vamos a poder ver lo que está evaluando. Aquí se está evaluando el URL, la página. Esperemos un momento, todavía está trabajando aquí. Aquí pueden ver lo que encuentra. Encuentra algo como que en formato tabla. Aquí lo tenemos. Aquí lo podemos visualizar. Pueden ver. ¿Sí? Tenemos la vista web que nos va a mostrar la URL, ya la página que nosotros le indicamos. Aquí lo tenemos. Pueden ver que no nos está reconociendo los títulos a nivel de columna. Entonces le vamos a dar transformar datos. Acá. Lo que va a hacer es traernos la información y luego nosotros pues ya podemos empezar a aplicar las diferentes opciones de transformación si necesitamos, ¿verdad? Va a ser alguna columna calculada, hacer algo que necesitemos. Miremos acá. Lo que pasa es que no tenemos el nombre de las columnas, pero sí lo tenemos en la fila 1. Entonces vamos a promover esta fila como encabezado. Nos vamos a ir a transformar. Y aquí en transformar le decimos que vamos a usar la primera fila como encabezado. La seleccionamos. Ya tenemos la función, la descripción. Ya tenemos la información y con esto nosotros ya podemos utilizarlo en nuestro modelo. Entonces le damos cerrar, cerrar y aplicar. Y esto va a hacer que nos traiga la información a los datos de Power BI. Ya lo podemos enlazar con otras tablas que tengamos en nuestro modelo. Ahí es donde ya empezamos a utilizar lo que tenemos tal vez en una página pública para poder hacer otro tipo de análisis. Aquí lo carga. Vamos a esperar a que lo cargue. Ya está trayendo la información al modelo. Ahí ya se cargaron las filas. Y aquí ya en datos nosotros ya lo podríamos visualizar. Aquí en datos ya tenemos la función y la descripción. Esperemos a que termine de cargar la información. Aquí está. Ya la tenemos. Y ya la podríamos relacionar con algunos datos del modelo, dependiendo de lo que estemos importando hacia nuestros modelos de Power BI. Utilicemos la otra opción, que es ya conectarnos al OData. Miremos cómo funciona esta. En obtener datos, le vamos a dar fuente OData. Vamos a esperar que nos coloque la opción. Nos pide el URL. Aquí estamos. La colocamos. Y este OData nos va a dar las diferentes opciones que tiene. Digamos, qué es lo que puede proveernos de información. Aquí pueden ver que tenemos una base de datos de prueba. Y es la información que nosotros podríamos traer hacia Power BI. Por ejemplo, podemos traer los clientes, el detalle de órdenes. Si quisiéramos solo esta información, le podemos dar transformar datos. Miremos transformar datos. Nos va a colocar en Power Query. Esto ya es una, digamos que una salida de datos tradicional. Son tablas, en formato tabla, que lo vamos a ver como si nos estuviéramos conectando a una base de datos. Aquí pueden ver, ya tenemos la información. Podríamos aquí hacer algún cálculo si quisiéramos, alguna transformación adicional. Luego, pues le damos cerrar y aplicar. Y nos va a traer la información. Si nosotros le diéramos a actualizar a este Power BI, lo que va a hacer es conectarse nuevamente a los sitios web, a las URL que nosotros colocamos para traernos la información. Entonces también va a depender cómo está nuestra conectividad para traernos esos datos. Pueden ver que ya lo tenemos acá. Ya tenemos las tres tablas, lo vamos a ver en datos. Ya están las órdenes, los clientes. Si lo vemos a nivel de diseño, aquí están las tablas, se hizo las relaciones de las columnas que encontró. Aquí pueden ver que hizo la relación como lo vemos tradicionalmente en una base de datos. Lo importante es que estos servicios pues los tiene que proveer el cliente, el proveedor de la aplicación a la que nos queremos conectar. En este caso son datos públicos, entonces son datos de prueba, no nos pidió contraseña. Si fuera ya algo de privado, entonces sí tendríamos que colocar el usuario y la clave para poder acceder. Muy bien. Con esto pues ya tenemos cómo nosotros podemos conectarnos a los diferentes sitios web. Pueden ver, decimos el laboratorio de cómo poder realizarlo. Luego de este caso, hemos terminado con las demostraciones. Miremos como resumen qué fue lo que estuvimos platicando en esta charla. Vimos los archivos en folder, cómo nosotros podemos unificar, consolidar todos estos archivos que vienen separados con un prefijo y podemos unirlos para tener solo un resultado. Muchas veces tenemos carpetas divididas por año, divididas por alguna categoría, y con esto nosotros podemos unificar la información y trabajarla. Con esto nosotros ahorramos mucho tiempo de estar manipulando la información. El segundo caso que vimos fue reportes de Excel, que también muchas veces nosotros ya tenemos reportes definidos que se están trabajando, pero tienen cierto formato. O puede ser que nosotros tengamos ya archivos que exportamos a Excel de nuestras aplicaciones, pero tiene encabezados, tiene subtotales. Entonces, nosotros, ¿qué pasa? Muchas veces tenemos que realizar mucho trabajo manual para preparar la información y poder trabajarla. Aquí vimos cómo utilizar el Power Query para poder limpiar ese archivo y dejarlo en un formato ya tradicional para poder trabajar. Y como último caso vimos cómo extraer información de los sitios web. Nos conectamos a una URL donde vamos a extraer la información que tenga formato tipo tabla. O la otra opción es conectarnos a servicios. Ya las aplicaciones que están bajo servicio y nosotros podemos conectarnos con protocolo de OData o ya con REST API podría ser otra directamente o conectores que ya vengan en Power BI. Estos conectores se han ido agregando según los cambios o las tendencias que se tienen. Aquí utilizamos varias funciones de Power Query para poder realizar todos los cambios que necesitamos. Ya prácticamente nosotros estuvimos aplicando varias opciones que existen ya en casos reales. Llegamos al final. Quiero agradecerles por la participación que tuvieron en esta charla. Les dejo los datos de mi contacto para que puedan consultarme cualquier duda que tengan. Ahí pueden encontrarme. Y agradezco también a BitSummit por haberme invitado a este evento. Les dejo también los contactos de redes sociales del evento. Aquí lo pueden tener.